おーっと。レス自動更新が ON になっていない。
1、テスト。
待って
記念が決まりましたか？では、ゲーム音がないのかもしくは、すごく小さいか、どっちかです。
はいはいはい。これで大丈夫かな。ね。はい。あとチャンネルに乗るか。なーって。で、これを切って、ケース3、ケース3、ケース3。ない？うわー、なんじゃそりゃー。ケース3。あ、これでもいいか。ケース1リカバリートレーナー。ほいほいほいほいほいほいほい。ほいほいほいほいほいほいほい。ああ。よし、スタート。パニアック。64。これ、できるかな？ちょっとわかんないな。ケース3、ケース3。ふんふんふんふんふん。ね。どこ入れたらいいんだっけ？セーブゲームズ。コンフィグミッションズ。ここか。オッケーオッケー。BRC180。オッケー。ちょっと最小化しといて。お、なんだ？コンタクト URL 開けるよね。よし。はい。行きましょう。あれなんで？はい。オッケー。オッケー。よいしょ。 えーっと、キャットス、カテゴリー3、ステニス。オッケー。これよな。なんでカタパルトから？空からはないの？ホット。めんどくせ。離陸しないといけないのか。燃料ないな。じゃあ離陸するか。燃料満タンじゃん。ちょっと待った。あれ？うん。オッケー。
Gotcha. Roger. You got it.
雨降ってる。
103, passing 2.5 kilo. 103, clear to switch.
ファイナルビアリングが、180。180。ICLS チャンネル5。なになになになになになになになに。おー、びっくりした。なんかどうなってんの？すごい上向いてんな、機体が。なんでだ？オッケーオッケー。で、180、180。こうだな。オッケー。なんだったっけ？オートスロットルってここだっけ？スイッチ。バインドしとけって書いてあったな。 オートスロットル。オートスロットル。オートスロットル。これだ。バインドされてない。どこにしようか。ここはここ大丈夫だ。じゃあ、ここ。OK。で、えーっと、いいな。OK。とりあえず20マイル離れて、ここら辺だな。ねまだ燃料がいっぱいあるな。もうちょっとはじゃあいいか。よし、ここら辺で。テニス、インバウンド。
Marshall 103. Marking mops 014445. Angels 24.5. State 6.2.
103. Courage Marshall. Gauge 3 recovery. CV1 approach. Expect final bearing. 164. Altimeter is 2.
なんて ?164。嘘つき。
Marshall's motors 344. Radio 21. DME Angels 6. Expect approach time.
そうなの
190.
?OK。
103. Marshall on the 344. 21. DME Angels 6. Expected approach time is 19. 103. Established Angels 23.5. State 6.1.
103. Roger state 6-1.
日はまた昇る。
日はまた昇る。にゃんもけさん幸せにやってるかな。雨なんですよ今。ねんでコースは OK。高度がちょっと高い。とりあえず速度がまだ速いな。ACL オンでオートスロットルをオン。あれこれそっか、スイッチが戻るからか。そう ああ、じゃあバインダー外さなきゃな。ジャストコントロール。トグルをこれだ。これをこっちにしよう。クリアしないとな。クリア。はい。あれなんでオンにならん。一体どういうことなんだ？ACL レディ、ランディングチェック、ボイス。オッケーオッケー。どういうことなんだろう。DLC もオンになんない。とりあえずエアブレーキを入れて、高度がめっちゃ高いな。ギアを下ろさないといけない、もしかして。お、雨だ。フラップ、着艦フック。で、あ、オンになった。ACL レディ。このまま飛んでいけばいいのかな？これ大丈夫かこれ、本当に。いける？怖いな、なんか。オートパイロット使うの初めてだからな。もうちょっと高度上げなきゃ。DLC オンにして、ないないないない。いやー、これほんと難しいな。 ずいぶん低い。レディー、ランディングチェック。これこのまま着艦できるかな。怖っ。え、やばいやばい。もうあと2マイルしかない。え、信じて大丈夫これ。いやいやいやいやいやいやいやいやいや。待って待って待って待って、ダメじゃん。あ、死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ。これはちょっとわかんないな。これオートパイロットオフになってるもんな。なんでこんな変な感じするんだ。トリムがいかれてんのかな。
Friendly. Viking, 3 o'clock, high, 3 miles.
ちょちょちょちょちょちょ。ん、ずるすぎだ。 これか。なんでああ。ないけど。沈む、沈む。あ、死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ。
Better safe than sorry.
ケース3難しすぎるよ。やり直そう。もう一回動画見るか。クローム。あ、ミス。
ACL ready light. Now you understand the basics of flying the approach, we'll cover how to enable the automatic carrier landing system. This is more or less the same as an ILS approach, however you hand off control of your aircraft to the carrier during the last 4 miles, all the cells set up. This time the Rio, if you've got a human Rio, you'll need them to with right shift. Make sure that your data link. Next, ensure your radar beacon is powered up. If the data link is configured correctly and the beacon on, you'll see a green light on this panel when you're within range. Onto the deck. Meanwhile, the pilot needs to set up their displays, set the aircraft to landing mode, set the steering command to AWL/PCD, and ensure that your HUD and VDI are set to reference ACL. We now need to configure the autopilot on the autopilot panel. Select the ACL channel to on and switch the autopilot to engage. This does not actually engage the autopilot, but rather readies it for activation later. You'll see the light AP Ref beside the VDI to indicate this. During our approach, you'll need to reference these caution lights, so we will explain them now. Landing check. This indicates that the carrier is ready to use the ACL, and you should prepare yourself for handover by keeping the needles centered. ACL ready. The carrier has acquired our aircraft and is transmitting guidance information. AP CPLR. We are now ready to hand over control to the carrier and ACL.
これが出
This
た
is
らエンゲー
engaged
ジで
by
きる。
pressing the nose wheel steering button.
ノーズウィールステアリングボタン。
Command control.
コマンドコントロ
The
ール。
aircraft is now under control by the autopilot and the ACL system, governed by the carrier.
なんて
The ACL system.
ああ、
The
はいはい
aircraft
はい。
is now under
自動操縦中ね。
10 seconds. You are roughly 10 seconds from landing, and the system is now correcting for the carrier's movement. Tilt. The data link has not received a signal for the last 2
エラー
seconds.
か。
Be prepared to take manual control of the aircraft as connection may have been lost. Voice. This indicates that the aircraft and carrier are not ready for ACL, and you should use normal voice procedures. You will see this active until about 6 miles away from the boat. Auto throttle. Caution that the auto throttle system has been disengaged.
ふんふんふん。
AP Ref. As mentioned before, the autopilot is selected and armed. It is now awaiting activation by pressing the nose wheel
なるほど。
steering button to give the autopilot its frame of reference. You're now set up. Fly exactly the same approach as you would for
よし、じゃあもう一回やってみよう。ああ、帽子っていうか、ヘアキャップ。これないとね、髪の毛が引っ張られてめちゃめちゃ痛いんだよ。よし。はい。ちょっと浮いてたな、今。サイリウムが。あー、やばい。もうちょっとフラップ壊すとこだった。
Yes, sir. Roger. Okay.
103, clear to switch. Marshall 103, marking mops 095, 41, Angels 4, state 15.4.
103, Courage Marshall, Base 3 recovery, CV1 approach, expect final bearing 164, altimeter is 2982, 103, Marshall Motors 344, radio 21, DME Angels 6, expect approach time is 11.
103, Marshall on the 344, 21, DME, Angels 6. Expected approach time is 11.
103, read back correct.
864。どういうことよ？マジで言ってる？もうそろそろいいかな？ 30 マイル。いいね。
103. Established Angels 12.5. State 6.1.
103. Roger, state 6-1.
これで、30マイルでしょ？オートスロットルエンゲージ。でも下見た方がいいな。外じゃなくて。
ILS 使用なら計器だけ見て飛ぶ方が楽。
うん、だよね。絶対そうだと思う。もうなんか雑念が入るからね。ケーキを見ないでやると。ちなみに、 BMS やってる人見てるかわかんないけど、入れました。で、一応起動と、アクシスバインドだけはやっておきました。なんかイスラエルシアター入ってなかった。ダウンロードしないといけないのかな。ずいぶん低いな。景気飛行証明ってさ、なんて言えばいいんだろう。なんかサンバイザーって言えばいいのかな。ゴルフの日よけみたいなやつつけてさ、外見えなくしてやるよね。なんかバンク取りすぎた。20マイルもある。ずいぶん低いな。疲れてきた。もう腕が痛い。初めてこのウォーホグのジョイスティック使った時にものすごい操縦感重いなって思った。今までプラスチックのチャッチいやつでやってたから、 まだにね、重いなって思う、すごく。なんでこれで右に旋回しろって言われるんだ。不思議だな。風？なんだっけ、効果率って11度だっけ？降りれるかな？降りれるかな？なんか調べてみたら、昨日、指定が100メートル以内だったら、自動着陸以外着陸しちゃいけないって書いてあった。あ、
103. 103. Commencing. State 4.8.
やばい、インアプロプリエイトコミュニケーション出るこれ。忘れてた、ラジオ言うの。
03, radar contact, 7 miles. Expect final bearing 1.
103, Roger. 03, flight Wilson. 103, final radar contact, 6 miles. 103. 103, ECLS lock on, 6 miles, St. Needles.
よいしょ。
103, on and on. 103, confirm, flight mode 2.
やっぱちょっと風があるから右側に飛べって言われてたんだな。でもこれあんまり信じすぎるとコース気がついたら大きく外れるっていうことになるから、やっぱ下のあれ HSD VDI をちゃんと見て、なんていうのかな、ちょうどいいバンク角をね考えて操縦しないといけない。だから難しいこれ本当に。70年代の技術の限界を感じる。
103, approaching glide path. 103.
怖っ。降りれるかな。未だに怖いんだけど。すごいね。普通にクララだけどね。何にも見えないけどね。空母見えたって言っていいのか分かんないけど。
103, on glide path. On course, 3/4 of a mile, call the ball. You're on glide slope. You're a little slow. You're on glide slope. You're a little slow.
いいよいいよ。
Just a bit high, 4 wire.
あれ、あ、これか。
晴れてる時より綺麗まである。
まあ自動だからね。いや、あとしかも直進進入だし。おい。 大丈夫だった。はい。あ、落ちる落ちる落ちる落ちる落ちる落ちる落ちる落ちる落ちる落ちる落ちる。危ない。危ない。雨降ってる時ってさ、どうしてんだろうね。このまま開けてんのかな、キャノピー。水入ってきそうだけど。ちょっとね、前回、昨日悲しい結果に終わったんでね、着艦がね。うん。ちょっと練習してみようかなと思って。そう。よし、やるか。ないないないないない。謎だ。なんでああいうことが起こるんだ。で、まず急からだよね。
Friendly 2-ship, Bra, 075, 74 miles. Angels 32. Nails, 7 o'clock. You got it. Roger that. There is a friendly 2-ship, Bra, 055, 72 miles. Angels 32.
Texaco, 1,
Uzi 3, Uzi 4, we are off.
rejoin.
Don't forget, if things go south, you can always count on us, Captain to the north of you. The only thing going south will be you guys running to us for help. Anyway, keep sucking. You too, Uzi 3. You too. Alright, let's top off and join our station. Uzi 6 is waiting for us to relieve them. I'm showing nails 10 o'clock, so once we're both full, we can go direct for steer point 2. Call the tanker when you're ready to plug in.
ランキレに巻き込まれる。もっと下、もっと下。ああ、来た来た来た来た。オッケー。やばい、鼻かゆい。
Ready, pre-contact. Cleared contact. Flight, get the tanker. Hill, roger.
「ささって遅れまし。一発でお願いします。
Little right.
ちょっと右。 安定してる安定してる。
Nice, we're in.
Two, rejoin.
早っ。もう終わったのか。うん。
Contact. You're taking fuel.
もうちょっと下に座ればやりやすいんだけどな。
Wizard, Pontiac 2. We're tracking a Tu-22 with a fighter escort. They're on a steady course, southeast along the coast, direction Kudata.
おー、バンクしだした。
2, Wizard. Thank you, we have them. Maintain your station. Alright, I got nails, 8 o'clock. And, oh, dirt, 11 o'clock.
すごい。まさか接続つなげたままバンクできると思わなかった。いいよいいよ。読み上げてくれ。読み上げてくれ。あとどんくらい？
あと5分。
あと5分もやんないといけないの？やだよ。死んじゃうよ。衝突しちゃう、そんな。外れる。外れた。
Whoops. You almost had it. You got this, you got this. Little right.
てか今燃料送られてきてた？繋がってるだけじゃなかった？
Just a bit to the right. Nails, 11 o'clock.
普通あれくらい繋がってたらもう終わるけどな。外した。
Whoops, you almost had it, man. Just a bit to the left.
あれだね、やっぱ最初にトリムをきれいに取るのはほんと大事。
Little left. Just a bit to the left.
Contact. You're taking fuel.
Okay, cool. We're taking fuel. Heads up, Nails. 12 o'clock.
まだご飯まだ燃料送られてるこれ満タンになってないもうたまになんかねジェスタ君言ってくんない時あるんだよ ああ、ああ、オッケーオッケーオッケーオッケー。満タンになってるわ。
Okay, easy now. Take it slow.
Abort rejoin.
どこだっけこれか。ウェイポイント2。
Roger that. Switching to Steer Point 2. Bandit, 020, 86 miles. Wizard, Uzi 4, on station. Copy, Uzi 4. Uzi 7, Wizard. Cleared RTB. Uzi 7, RTB.
Contact bearing 082.80.
ああ、今日生きて帰れるといいな。あとね、ブリッツクリーグやりたいんだよね。ブリッツクリーグ2。別に1でもいいんだけど、子供の時、多分初めて自分のお小遣いで買ったゲームがブリッツクリーグ2だったかな。だった気がする。あれは、ブリッツクリーグはさ、RTS だから、多分ね、もうちょっと見やすい配信になるんじゃないかなって思うんだよね。何が起きてるのか分かりやすい配信になるんじゃないかなって。フラシムってさ、何してるか分かんない人が見ると、つまんないと思うんだよ、すごく。画面変わんないし。やってる本人はすごい大変なんだけどね。
Bandit, 085, 63 miles, 200 feet.
ヘリだな。
Wizard, Uzi 3 on station. Copy, Uzi 3, Uzi 6, Wizard, cleared RTB. Uzi 6, RTB. Okay, let's settle in. Remember, we don't want to extend more than 5 nautical miles west of Steer Point 3. We will be flying right on the edge of their SAM system. Okay, there's dirt, 12 o'clock. And nails, 9 o'clock. And nails, 8 o'clock. Fleet operating along the coast and Poti. We don't want to come close to them either. We'll fly an easterly leg with a heading of 085 and a westerly leg with a heading of 265. We want to put 30 nautical miles in between. Remember, flight level 320. All right, man. Switching to Steer Point 3.
32,000フィート。071-70。見えないけど。
We've got nails, 9 o'clock.
はい。 高度下がってる。破片翼でね、自動的にトリム直してくれたらいいんだけど、そこまで頭良くないからな、コンピューターが。角度は自動でなるけど、そこはまだアナログなんだよな。
That's about as far as we want to go. Let's turn back for steer point 2. Take a left turn for 265. Yep, switching to steer point 2. Yep, that's a lot. I didn't think they would be that aggressive. Jesus. Alright, we have a Bandit 2-ship Bra, 010, 70 miles, being spiked by an SA-2 from Kobaletti. Copy Uzi 3. Make sure you keep your distance from the coast. You do not want to give them an excuse. Uzi 3.
SA2 ってなんだっけ？ S75 だっけ？なんかすごい古いやつでしょ？ベトナム戦争時代の。
Friendly 280, 33 miles. Angels 26. I've got dirt at 6 o'clock.
そういえばメタクエストって新しいの出んの？もう出たのかな？どうなんだろうなあ。 VR これ以上解像度が上がっても、上がってほしいけど、上がってもグラボが追いつかないからな。今でも結構きついもんな、 DCS が。他のゲームは割と大丈夫なんだけど。
Roger. Switching to steer point 3.
なんだこいつは。味方だった。
There's a friendly. Bra 330, 36 miles. Angels 32.
Okay. ん？味方にレーダー向けるのやめてくんないかな。ウィングマン優秀だな。うん。
I've got some dirt on the nose. And, nails 8 o'clock. And, nails 9 o'clock.
うん。
1-1. Uzi 3-1. Request picture.
あれ AWACS ってチャンネル2だっけ？
Hey, I got some dirt at 11 o'clock.
Wizard 1-1. Uzi 3-1. Request picture.
Oh, I got some dirt at 10 o'clock.
ん
Alright, man.
8か。0605。
Alright, we've got mud right in front of us, 12 o'clock.
ロックされた。
There is a bandit, 050, 42 miles. Uzi 4, Wizard. We're tracking a MiG-29 out of Sanaki. From your position, a 065 for 52, turning hot towards you.
Uzi 4, we have him 065 for 48. He's heading straight for us. We are descending 18,000 feet and will extend for separation.
Do not fire unless fired upon.
Copy.
高度上げすぎた。A ポイント2の方で旋回しとくか。こっち危ないな。
Miles, Angels 32.
なんでコンパスぐるぐる回ってんだろうね、これ。
King. Nope. Nope, he's turning cold again.
All East Caps, Wizard. Uzi 1 and Uzi 2 have launched to support or relieve you as necessary. Wizard, Uzi 3, do you want to... Okay, Nails, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Uzi 3. And Nails, 2 o'clock. And, Nails, 4 o'clock. We'll call you in if needed. Uzi 3, copy.
鼻かゆい。
ウェイポイント設定とかがおかしいと方向を示せなくて回るよ。
あー。あれか、ウェイポイントが近いから嫌でもな。なんでだろうね。 まあ、ちなみにウェイポイントの設定
There's
は
a friendly Hawkeye,
この
10 o'clock, 8
後ろの
miles.
席のジェスター君の仕事なんだけど、なるほどなるほど。うん、目的地に近いからぐるぐるしてんのかな。
Okay, there is a Bandit, 360, 52 miles, 35,000. And a Bandit, Bra, 360, 51 miles, 35,000.
帰り K3 になるなら、ああ、でもそうか。空母って風上に向かって動くよね。なるほど。何してんだろう、あいつら。
There's a friendly two-ship, Bra, 315, 74 miles. Angels, 32.
AWACS とその護衛かな。
22 miles. Angels, 32.
50, heading 290. He's jinking again. He's turning. He's cold, 080.
Uzi 4, Wizard. He wants to bait you. Maintain your station.
I still have him. 080, cold. Looks like he's jinking again. Yep, he's jinking again. No, still cold, still cold. Watch that speed to maintain separation.
Roger, we're slowing down. Yeah, I have no idea what this guy's doing. He's testing us, that's for sure.
Looks like he's still going cold. He just won't stop jinking.
Hmm. あ、この町がポチって言うんだ。 背泣き。DCS やってるとさ、ここら辺の地理に妙に詳しくなるよね。そんなにメジャーな地域ではないはずだけど。まあ、ソチは有名かな、オリンピックやったから。
Nails, 11 o'clock. And nails, 1 o'clock.
90前。ここら辺か。037 1今。なんか時代設定的にまだ、あれなんだっけ。グルジアもソ連領なんだっけ。ここなんだっけ、ここ。
We've got nails, 9 o'clock.
これがグルジアだよね。これトルコでしょ。多分ここら辺アルメニアとかアゼルバイジャンとかでしょ。あ、これも戦争してたよね、そういえば。ついこの間。1、2週間、今どうなってるのかわかんないけど。
22 miles, 22 miles. And he's turning cold. That's just great. Just great. I'm telling you, he's messing with us. What's he doing now? He's turning? Okay, he's still cold. Still cold.
予備タンクにも燃料入れとけばよかったな。F14 には給油モードが2つあって、機内に全部入れるモードと機外のタンクも含めて全部入れるモードがあるんだけど、まあでも変えれるだろう。ビンゴが4000で、あと2倍あるから大丈夫。本当にこのビンゴ4000は正しいのか分かんないけど、ケース3だし今回。20マイル、そうだな、20マイル。燃料によっては15マイルで乗ってもいいかもしんない。そういう見方だ。
He's turned back into me again. That's the 4th time now. 4th time. Speed 500 now. 500. 16 miles. Master arm on. Master arm on.
Oh, good lord. Uzi 4 Wizard, do not fire unless fired upon.
He's jinking into me again. That's the 5th time now. 14 miles. Wait, he's breaking off south, Uzi 3. He's turning for you. He's climbing fast. Snap north. Snap north now. Snap north. Snap north.
There is a friendly 345, 56 miles. Angels 32. Match your arm on. All right, those are some nails.
あいつかな。
And nails 12 o'clock.
どっちだ？手前のやつか？ロックできない。
Okay, we're on.
手前のやつだ。ミッキーいる？ミッキーか。
Looks like nails, 10 o'clock. No can do.
なんで？
You got it. Got locked. Target, 67 miles.
そっち？そっちじゃないでしょ。
Spike on our nose, 12 o'clock. He's within 5 miles. We're about to merge. Request permission to fire. Uzi 3. Negative. Uzi 3. Dirt, 1 o'clock. There is a bandit. Fulcrum, 12 o'clock. 3 miles. We're at 4:30.
あっちだ、あっち。
12 o'clock. Speed 400. Was that a missile? I couldn't see. Wizard, Uzi 3, I think he fired. We're on a 6. Closing. There goes 340. From the north. Mud Spike, 10 o'clock. Wizard, he's right in front of us. Have you been fired upon? Negative, I couldn't see. Wait, looks like he's turning cold now. At least he seems to be disengaging. We're giving chase. We're coming up on his 6. Do we have permission to fire? That is...
ああ、眩しい。見えない。
Hold your fire. Copy, hold fire. It looks like he wants to drag us into
カメラ
the
壊れてんじゃん。
Should we disengage? Uzi 3, stand by. We're lively at 370. Uzi 3, Wizard. Disengage. Uzi 3, disengage. Right smack on our nose. We got you covered, Uzi 3. Uzi 3, Wizard. Resume your cap station until Uzi 1 relieves you. Uzi 3. Oh, he's dead now.
2サークルで行きます。2サークルでディスエンゲージします。
11 o'clock. Mud Spike, 6 o'clock. And that's 340.
燃料があんまないな。
We're Joker fuel.
ジョー
Damn
カ
it,
ー。
I should have seen the missile. I had the sun in my face. I couldn't tell if it was a contrails or a missile shot. Did you see it? We could have killed that guy. Sorry I messed that up. You did well, though. Great offensive turn. Really, you were dead on the 6 in an instant. Well done. Whoa, we got nails, 3 o'clock.
うんうんうん。ウージー1は今どこにいるんです？そっか、これ映んないんか。味方機も。 ちょっとハードコアなキャンペーンだね、今までより。こっちにもいんの？さっき別れたやつかな。
RTB, Uzi 1 and 2 are relieving you on station. Contact CAT CC 225.
Uzi 4, RTB 225. Uzi 3, RTB 225. Roger. Okay, Stennis TACAN is on 74 X-ray, CAT CC on 225 set. 2 days in 2 days. Not sure if we're lucky or unlucky. What do you think? I guess we're lucky. I mean, that was something, man.
017. Marking mops 086 4110. Angels 31. Holding hands 018. Low state 5.5.
0117, Warfighter Marshal, H3 recovery, CV1 approach, expect final bearing.
Spike, 3 o'clock. 2, Spike, 3 o'clock.
2, DME Angels 10, expect approach time is 49er.
017. Marshal on 257. 25. DME Angels 10.
That's Nails, 2 o'clock.
017, bring back correct.
Oh, Spike, 5 o'clock.
?降りれるかな？機械を信じなければ。
RTB.
あれ
Flight. RTB.
Okay, Nails, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. And Nails, 5 o'clock.
Flight. RTB.
オッケーオッケー。よし。
Zero 17. Established Angels 17.5. State 3.7.
017. Roger, state 37.
あれデータリンク合ってない？
Gotcha.
オッケー。危ないとこだった。
017. Commencing. State 3.6. Altimeter 30.14.
017. Radar contact 190 miles. Expect final bearing 77. 017. Switch approach.
017.
ちょっと近すぎるかな、これは。大丈夫かな。これどういう条件なんだろうな。オートスロットルがオンになってる。あ、なった。オッケー。
We've got Nails on our 12.
え、なんでマニュアル、あ、これ、こうなるのか。オッケーオッケー。フックよし。ギアよし。フラップよし。
Heads up, I've got nails 11 o'clock and nails 10 o'clock.
Zero one seven. 017. Platform. 017. Roger. 017. Fly bullseye. 017. Final radar contact. 7 miles. 017.
降りろー。なにびっくりした。
017. ACLS lock on. 6 miles. St. Needles. 017. On and on.
真っ暗になった。
Confirmed. Fly mode 2.
もう2。
Friendly.
大丈夫っ
12
しょ。
o'clock. 5 miles.
さっきも大丈夫だったんだし。一応ボルター対策はしとくけど、手順通りに。
Approaching glide path. 017.
Nails 11 o'clock and nails 12 o'clock and nails 10 o'clock.
怖っ。こんな嫌がらせみたいな雲ありえんのか。
Oh, I'm showing nails 11 o'clock and nails 10 o'clock.
On glide path. On course. 3/4 of a mile. Call the ball. You're on glide flow. You're a little slow. You're on glide flow. You're on
10 seconds. Fuck!
Bolter, bolter. Looks like nails, 1 o'clock.
なんで？
That's nails, 2 o'clock.
なぜそういうことになるんだ。
Nails, 2.
燃料がないな、あんまり。次失敗したら、
Looks
給
like
油だな。
nails, 3 o'clock.
よし。おお。
Marshall 017. Marking mops.
え？
Marshall 017. Marking mops 26948. Angels 3. Holding hands with 018. Low state 2.1.
017. Warfighter Marshal, H3 recovery, CV1 approach. Expect final bearing 77. Altimeter is
017. 017. Commencing. State 2.0. Altimeter 30.14.
017. Radar contact 7 miles. Expect final bearing 77. 017. Switch approach.
017. 017. Platform. 017. Roger.
I'm showing nails 10 o'clock.
頼む、下ろしてくれ。帰りたいんじゃ。
Nails on our nose, 12 o'clock. Nails 10 o'clock, and nails 11 o'clock, and nails 12 o'clock.
Ten seconds. Ah, 帰れた。
Caught the one wire.
危ないのワンワイヤーって。ちょっと気が早かったかな。どこ止める？おー。ここしかない。 ああ、そっか。しまわないといけないのか。ミッションコンプリートって出た？出てない。なんで？
Chief, place the wheel chocks. Copy. Wheel chocks are now in place.
マジ視界終わってない？俺さ、視界50メートルもないんじゃない？こんな天気あんのかな現実に。いや、まああるんだろうけど、ちょっと想像できないな。ここまで霧がかかってるって。ああ、ただいま。どうしようかな。今何時だ？うん。何しようかな。続きやるか。うん。F16 の勉強の続きしよう。うん。よし。あ。ん？こっちか。ここまでやったんだな。はい。これは多分、今までやってきた爆弾の投下方法だと思う。弾道検査をコンピューターがやって、まあそこに合わせて、なんか投下スイッチを押すみたいな。うん。We'll also have a close look at the SMS page and functions that apply to all bombing modes. Right.
Today, we're going to start dropping some unguided bombs. These can be delivered in several different modes, but in this lesson, we'll look at the Continuously Computed Impact Point, or CCIP bombing. We'll also look at the Stores Management Set, or SMS page on the MFDs, and cover items there that apply to all bombing modes. We have 3 BDU-33 unguided training bombs loaded on turrets on Station 3 and 7, for a total of 6. These replicate the ballistics of a Mark 82 and are equipped with spotting shots.
Training bomb.
See the impact point on the ground. I have the
Training
lesson
bomb
paused, ready to roll in on targets to our left. First, though, let's set the aircraft up for the attack. Press spacebar to continue.
Okay.
First, press the air-to-ground master mode button on the ICP. This configures the fire control system and displays for air-to-ground attack. The radar is displayed on the left MFD, and the SMS page is displayed on the right MFD. Next, verify the master arm switch is in the arm position. This allows weapons to be released normally. If the
シミュレ
master switches
シミュレー
place
ト
in
と
the
かもあん
off
だ。
position, weapons release is inhibited.
OK。
The third, simulate position, allows training with all indications you get with the switch and arm, but no weapons are released.
ああ、なるほど。今回はオ
Now
ンでいいん
let's
でし
look
ょ
at the right MFD and the SMS page. The top left shows the operating mode, air to ground, and sub-mode, CCIP. The sub-mode may be changed by depressing the adjacent OSB and selecting a new sub-mode from the menu. You may also depress the missile step button on your stick to cycle through available modes. Try it now if you would like, but set it back to CCIP for the remainder of the lesson. Press spacebar to continue.
ミサイルステップ何の話？On your stick ミサイルステップっていう
Fat flare.
おおどれだミサイルステップスイッチってディスプレイマネージメントこれトリムでカウンターメジャーこれはエクスパンドフォブボタンパドルスイッチウェポンリリースノーズステあ、これ
The right side of the display shows the selected weapons and details about how they'll be released. You can see that we have 6 BDU-33s loaded. If other air-to-ground weapons were loaded, they could be selected by depressing the adjacent OSB until their source code were displayed. Just below that, we have the weapons release profile, with Profile 1 selected by default. Selecting the adjacent OSB cycles between two options, Profile 1 and Profile 2. These include typical settings for delivery mode, fuse arming option, release pulses, impact spacing, and release interval. Changes to settings made while the profile is selected are saved there for later use. These should typically be set or verified as part of aircraft startup, although they can be changed at any time. We'll work with Profile 1 that's already set up for CCIP delivery. Press spacebar to continue. The next three options will make more sense taken out of order, so let's start at the bottom with the release pulse, or RP setting. This sets the number of release pulses sent to the weapon stations when the weapon's release button on the stick is depressed. For example, a setting of 1 sends 1 pulse at a time, while a setting of 4 sends 4 pulses at a time. More than 1 pulse is known as a ripple release.
なるほど
To change the setting, depress the OSB, type in the desired number of release pulses using the OSBs on the left and right of the display, then select Enter. You can correct numbers entered in error by selecting Recall, or return to the SMS page without making any changes by selecting Return. For now, leave this set to 1 so we release 1 bomb at a time. Press spacebar to continue.
はい
Next, we can set the desired release interval if more than 1 bomb is to be released. The timing between release pulses is computed by the aircraft to space multiple weapons in a stick along the ground at the specified distance, ranging from 10 to 999 feet. Again, this is changed by selecting the OSB, typing in the new impact spacing distance using the OSBs on the left and right of the display, then selecting Enter. This setting has no effect if only 1 bomb or 1 pair of bombs is released, so let's leave it at the default of 10 feet. Press spacebar to continue. Then above that, we have the option to release bombs either singly or in pairs. With single selected, bombs will be released from only 1 station. With pair selected, bombs will be released symmetrically from opposite stations, assuming identical bombs are loaded on both sides. The number of release pulses is also shown next to the single pair option, although that's informational. It was already set with the RP OSB below. For this lesson, let's leave it set to single and release 1 bomb from 1 side at a time. Press spacebar to continue. Then on the left side, we have the bomb fusing option. This setting makes sense when you consider that bombs are usually equipped with 2 fuses, one in the nose and one in the
これもあったな
Selecting the
F14
adjacent OSB cycles between 3 options.
大体ノーズテールでしょ
Tail, and nose tail. This is typically set to nose tail for redundancy unless a specific effect unique to one fuse or the other is desired when the weapon detonates. There are also some special cases where the fuse option changes how the weapon behaves after release. For example, setting nose for a Mark 82 air or snake eye high drag bomb releases it in a low drag configuration, while setting tail or nose tail releases it in a high drag configuration. Similarly, setting nose for a CU-87 or 97 causes bomblets to dispense very shortly after release, while selecting nose tail uses the dispense settings displayed on the MFD. This will all make more sense once we get into some different weapons configurations and see exactly what this does. Let's leave it set to nose tail for now. Press spacebar to continue. Well, that covers the SMS MFD options typical for all unguided bombs. So now let's look at some unique elements of the HUD that apply to CCIP bombing. Running from the bottom of the flight path marker is the bomb fall line. This will be used as an alignment aid to stay lined up with the target when we're making our bombing run. Then at the bottom of the line is the CCIP pipper. This is the computed bomb impact point. The CCIP bombing mode can be described as simply putting the pipper on the target and pressing the weapon's release button on the stick. But of course the hard part is developing the techniques required to consistently get into the correct position to make that happen. Press spacebar to continue.
Okay.
Now moving back up the bomb fall line, you'll see a small horizontal bar. This is the time delay cue. It's visible whenever the CCIP pipper is outside the HUD field of view. The distance this bar is from the bottom of the HUD is the same distance the CCIP pipper is below the HUD. So as you dive, the cue will drop down the bomb fall line until it reaches the bottom of the HUD, and that's when the CCIP pipper appears. A second post-designate CCIP technique may be used when the pipper is still outside the HUD, but that will be covered briefly in the next lesson. Press spacebar to continue. Not shown yet, but very important, is the pull-up anticipation cue. This is a stable shaped symbol that provides a visual representation of the altitude required for the bomb fuse to arm, or the altitude to initiate a pull-up to avoid impacting the ground, whichever is most immediate. It moves up towards the flight path marker as the aircraft loses altitude. Releasing a bomb with the flight path marker below the cue will not give the bomb time to arm and will result in a dud. Watch for it as we make our attack, but it should not be encountered in this lesson unless you're much too low. Press spacebar to continue.
Okay.
Now that we've covered the basics, it's time to roll in on the target. Look about 45 degrees to the left, just above the canopy rail, and you'll see the target marked with red smoke. The goal is to place the CCIP pipper on that spot and pickle off your bomb by pressing the weapons release button on your stick. Now this is a deep subject and there are many techniques for getting to the proper point, but I'll describe one way of doing it that you may find useful. Press spacebar to continue. I just marked a point 2,000 feet in front of the target with green smoke. We'll call that the aim-off distance. When the lesson is unpaused, I want you to bank left and pull the flight path marker to a spot on the ground that far ahead of the target. The aim-off distance you choose sets the conditions at release, so this is the most important step to get right. Close to the target results in a steeper dive, lower release altitude, and more time to track the target, while choosing a point further away shallows out the dive, increases the release altitude, but provides less tracking time. I've chosen a relatively close point of 2,000 feet to give us plenty of time to track the target on the way down, but there's no hard and fast rule here. When the flight path marker is at the aim-off distance, leave it there and focus on the bomb fall line. Align the bomb fall line with the target and make small bank corrections with the stick to keep it there. Then, the CCIP pipper tracks up the bomb fall line towards the target. You never want to fly the pipper to the target or hold it on the target using forward stick. Wait for the pipper to intercept the target naturally and release the bomb. After release, you'll fly a safe escape maneuver to avoid the bomb fragmentation. Now, there are many options, but you can't go wrong with a 5G pull-up to a 30-degree climb. Now press spacebar when you're ready to unpause and give it a shot. I'll talk you through it as we go. Okay, bank left and pull the flight path marker down to the aim-off distance.
もうないないない。
Now align the bomb fall line with the target. Use the smoothest control inputs you can manage. The CCIP pipper should be tracking up the bomb fall line to the target. Pickle when it's over the target. Okay, weapon away. Pull up to a 30-degree climb to avoid the frag. Worry about looking for threats, not following the bomb. Okay, let's see how we did. Look for the white smoke that marks the BDU-33's impact point. Don't worry if it's a little off. We can have 5 more loaded and more targets to practice on.
おお、
When you're done, press
いいん
escape
じゃない
to end the lesson.
ダメダメかな。ちょうど赤と白重なってるよね、これね。まあ、この落とし方は知ってるからな。
Altitude. Altitude. Pull up. Pull up. Altitude. Altitude. Warning, 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 warning.
うん、オッケーオッケー。落ちてる落ちてる。これ長押しすると、あれなんだっけ、水平爆撃モードになるんだっけ。
シルカ CCAIP 浅い角度で低高度まで行きがち。
シルかシルカってあれスパーグのこと？
Altitude. Altitude.
これまあ次やるからいっか。でもやっぱさ、ターゲットを見つけるのが遅れれば遅れるほど危険だよね、このやり方。
Altitude.
配置も
Pull up. Pull up.
配置も
Altitude.
さ、
Altitude.
索敵が大事なんだなっていう。まあちょっと次行きましょうか。
目視 CCIP やるの中くらいなもんじゃないの？
まあ A 点ぐらい走行ないと怖いよね。僕前のキャンペーンの F14 で散々やらされたけどね。あと、ミグ29でもやらされたし、SU27 でもやらされた。まあわかんない。現実ではやんないと思うけどね。やっぱ、そういう A 点とか SU25 とか、ああいうのの仕事だよね。多分。Shallow dive when high drug bomb are loaded. We'll also have a look at high drug bomb in a ripple. release. Okay.
In the last lesson, we looked at CCIP bombing in the SMS page. Today, we're going to look at the post-designate CCIP mode that's used when the computed impact point is outside the HUD field of view. This happens most often when bombing in a shallow dive or when high drag bombs are loaded. I have the lesson paused with the target straight ahead. First though, let's set the aircraft up for the attack. Press spacebar to continue.
Right.
The setup and displays are identical to those we saw in the CCIP lesson, so we'll run through this quickly. Press the air-to-ground master mode button on the ICP to configure for air-to-ground attack, then verify the master arm switch is in the arm position. You should have the air-to-ground SMS page displayed on the right MFD with CCIP submode selected. Today we have 6 Mark 82 Air high-drag bombs loaded. These are configured with the BSU-49 tail assembly that slows the bomb after release to reduce the danger of the aircraft being hit by weapon fragments at low altitude. We have a high drag and low drag option that can be set by cycling through the fusing options. Selecting nose configures it for a low drag release, while selecting tail or nose tail configures it for a high drag release. We'll leave it set to nose tail for a high drag release. Press spacebar to continue.
BSU49 っていうのが 6B49 か。なんかこれパラシュートついてるやつかな。
Next, let's try something a little different and set the number of release pulses to 6 for a ripple release. This will cause all 6 bombs to drop on one attack run.
どれだっけこれ
Unguided bombs are by their nature inaccurate, so releasing more than one bomb at a time increases the probability of a hit. It's also useful for attacking convoys along a road or large target complexes where only one bomb will not ensure damage to the entire target. Depress the OSB next to RP and select 6 from the menu. Then, depress the OSB next to Enter to save the change and return to the air-to-ground page. 6 should then be displayed as the number of release pulses. Set that up and press spacebar to continue. Now, let's set the desired impact spacing between bombs on the ground. The target for this lesson is a convoy on the road straight ahead and looks to be spread out over about 1,000 feet. So let's set a spacing of about 200 feet between each of the 6 bombs to ensure coverage. Depress the OSB next to the interval distance. Type in the 200-foot distance we want, and depress the OSB next to Enter to save the change. 200 feet should then be displayed as the interval distance. We'll leave the single pair option set to single. Press spacebar to continue. Moving up to the HUD, we see the same CCIP symbology as in the last lesson. The flight path markers at the top, and the bomb fall line extends down to the CCIP pipper. Also note the small horizontal bar on the bomb fall line. This is the time delay cue and indicates the computed bomb impact point is outside the HUD field of view. Last time we were in a dive with low drag bombs, and this was not visible at release. We depressed the weapons release button on the stick and the bombs were released immediately. This time, we'll still place the pipper over the target and press the weapons release button, but instead of releasing the bombs, that point on the ground will be designated, and steering information will be presented in the HUD. The bombs released when the aircraft is flown to the release point, just like in a CCRP delivery we'll see in the next lesson. Press spacebar to continue. Now let's perform the attack. You'll see a convoy along the road straight ahead. You'll notice we're not attacking straight down the line of vehicles, but from a slight angle. This is to ensure a miss slightly to the left or right does not completely miss all the targets. I've marked the center of the convoy with red smoke. The CCIP pipper marks the center of the stick of bombs in a ripple release, so we'll fly it to align the bomb fall line with the center of the target. You'll depress and hold the weapons release button when the CCIP pipper is over the center of the target. Now at that point, the bomb fall line will be replaced with a steering line. Keep the flight path marker aligned with this line. A small horizontal line known as the solution cube will appear at the top of the steering line and begin to move down. Bombs are released when it reaches the flight path marker. The flight path marker will flash when all the bombs have come off the aircraft. Release the weapons release button and fly a safe escape maneuver to avoid the bomb fragmentation. There are many options, but with high drag bombs, we can just continue to fly straight ahead. So press the spacebar when you're ready to unpause and give it a shot. I'll talk you through it as we go.
OK。わかんない。ちょっと不安。
Okay, align the bomb fall line with the target. Maintain some altitude and be sure the flight path marker stays above the pull-up anticipation cube if it appears. This does not need to be done at treetop level. The CCIP pipper should be nearing the target. Depress and hold the weapons release button when it's over the target and keep the flight path marker aligned with the steering line. Okay, weapons away. Release the weapons release button and keep flying straight ahead to avoid the frag. Worry about looking for threats, not following the bombs. Okay, let's turn back and see how we did. You should be able to see the craters that mark the impact points of the bombs.
ちょっとダメだね。
They took some damage.
綺麗に当たんなかっ
When
た
done, press escape
気がする。
to listen. Feel free to reload the mission and try again on this or other targets in the area.
あれだけの策略があってさ、トラックがダメージだけで済むわけがないと思うんだよね。
Altitude. Altitude. Pull up. Pull up.
クレーターできてなくない？あ、できてる。ちっちゃいクレーターがあるな。あんなにちっちゃいんだ。できるクレーターって。
Altitude. Altitude.
OK。クラスター爆弾。
The Continuously Computed Release Point, CCRP mode, provides computed automatic release of bombs. This is usually done with the wings level, but it can also be done in a dive or with a nose-high attitude. We have unguided bombs loaded again for this lesson, but this is the primary mode used when dropping laser-guided bombs. This mode requires a target point from which to build the bombing solution. I may refer to that point as the system point of interest, or SPI, as we go. Steering information will be presented in the HUD and you'll fly the aircraft to the release point. The weapons will automatically release at the proper time to hit the target. I have the lesson paused with the target straight ahead. So let's set the aircraft up for the attack. Press spacebar to continue. The setup and displays are the same we've already seen in the CCIP bombing lessons. Press the air-to-ground master mode button on the ICP to configure for air-to-ground attack, then verify the master arm switch is in the arm position. You should have the air-to-ground SMS page displayed on the right MFD. CCIP submode is selected by default, so let's change that to CCRP. The submode may be changed by depressing the adjacent OSB and selecting a new submode from the menu. You can also depress the missile step button on your stick to cycle through the available modes. You could even select Profile 2 that is already set up for CCRP. So select CCRP as the submode and press spacebar to continue. Today we have two different types of unguided cluster bombs loaded, the CBU-87 and the CBU-97. You can cycle between the two by depressing the OSB next to the source code. Try it if you would like, but leave the CBU-87 selected for now. The CBU-87 is sometimes known as the Combined Effects Munition, referring to the type of bomblet that's dispensed over a wide area when the CBU functions. These bomblets have a fragmenting case for defeating vehicles and personnel, a forward-firing shape charge for defeating light armor, and a zirconium ring for incendiary effect, setting fires and denying use of materiel and fuel stocks. The CBU-97 is sometimes known as the sensor-fused weapon. Each bomblet includes a number of smaller warheads or skeets that are scattered by a small rocket motor. Each skeet then scans for a heat signature matching that of a tank's engine compartment using the passive IR sensor. When the correct signature is detected, a projectile fires, penetrating the engine compartment and incapacitating the tank. Press spacebar to continue. We've used all the options on the right side of the MFD in earlier lessons except for a pair release, so depress the OSB next to single until pair is displayed. We have CBU-87s loaded on opposite wing stations, 3 and 7, so this will drop both weapons simultaneously. This is not a bad idea, especially for CBUs, because the probability of a kill increases when more bomblets saturate the target area. One bomb on target could be appropriate, or an entire flight's worth of bombs on a target could be appropriate. It all depends on how sure of a kill you want to be. Set that up and press spacebar to continue.
Okay.
One last piece of information unique to this type of CBU is displayed in the middle of the MFD. The BA, or burst altitude, is the height above ground the bomblets will be dispensed. This is sometimes referred to as the height of function. It's set using a dial on the Fuzzy 39 radar proximity fuse on the nose of the dispenser, and the height displayed on the MFD is set to match. We'll use the default setting of 1500 feet. Now, setting the fusing option to nose-tail uses this height, while setting it to nose bypasses the proximity fuse and dispenses the bomblets very shortly after release. The tail setting should never be used, as that will cause the dispenser to dud. Leave it at nose-tail and press spacebar to continue. Now, with the setup complete, let's look at the HUD symbology. The three key features for this mode are the flight path marker, steering line, and solution queue. We've seen the flight path marker in many lessons already. It's the aircraft-shaped symbol that shows the direction we're traveling. The steering line runs vertically from the top to the bottom of the HUD. It shows the azimuth we need to fly to line up correctly on the target. The key will be to keep the flight path marker lined up with this line as we approach. The solution queue is the small horizontal line at the top of the steering line. This will begin to fall down the steering line about 10 seconds prior to release. The bombs will be released when the solution queue reaches the flight path marker, as long as the weapon's release button on your stick is held. Press spacebar to continue. Now let's perform the attack. I've marked the turret at steer point 1 with red smoke, although it will probably be out of sight at release. After all, that's the point of this delivery mode. You should see the target designator box, a small square with a dot in the middle, in your HUD at that location. This replaced the steer point symbol when we entered CCRP submode, and is the point on the ground the bombing solution is computed for. You could, if you wanted, move the location using the cursor enable control on your throttle, but leave it at the steer point for now. We'll look at other ways to update the location with lessons on targeting pod and radar. Press the spacebar when you're ready to unpause and make the attack. I'll talk you through it as we go.
You should see the target near the box, a small square with dot in the middle in your HUD at that location. これ? ドット? 重なってんのかな? Displays the steer point symbol when entered. Move the location using cursor enable control on your throttle, but leave it at the steer point for now. ああ。OK。
Okay, fly towards the target and keep the flight path marker aligned with the steering line. At the bottom right of the HUD, you'll see the slant range to the target in nautical miles and a countdown to release. We have plenty of time. You don't have to make a long approach like this. You can come in from any angle as long as the flight path marker is aligned with the steering line at release.
どこに出てるそんな。ああ、ああ、ああ、ああ。
We're coming up on the release. Depress and hold the weapons release button when the solution queue starts to move down the steering line. The bombs will release when it intersects the flight path marker.
ええええええ近すぎるかな。
クラスターは展開するから最低投下高度あった気がする。
あー、じゃあ、低いのか。あ、なるほどね。ありがとうございます。あ、本当だ。この丸が出てたらいいのかな。違う？でも、丸が出てるときに、ストアリリースボタンを押さないといけないのかな。おー、眩しい。なんか最低投下コードみたいな話してた？この1500フィートっていうのは多分、爆弾が分解するコードだよね。 うーん。でもう一回やり直そう。動画見た方がいいかな、なんか。
The Continuously Computed Release Point, CCRP mode, provides computed automatic release of bombs. This is usually done with the wings level, but it can also be done in a dive or with a nose-high attitude. We have unguided bombs loaded again for this lesson, but this is the primary mode used when dropping laser-guided bombs. This mode requires a target point from which to build the bombing solution. I may refer to that point as the System Point of Interest, or SPI, as we go. Steering information will be presented in the HUD and you'll fly the aircraft to the release point. The weapons will automatically release at the proper time to hit the target. I have the lesson paused with the target straight ahead. So let's set the aircraft up for the attack. Press spacebar to continue. The setup and displays are the same we've already seen in the CCIP bombing lessons. Press the air-to-ground master mode button on the ICP to configure for air-to-ground attack, then verify the master arm switch is in the arm position. You should have the air-to-ground SMS page displayed on the right MFD. CCIP submode is selected by default, so let's change that to CCRP. The submode may be changed by depressing the adjacent OSB and selecting a new submode from the menu. You can also depress the missile step button on your stick to cycle through the available modes. You could even select Profile 2 that is already set up for CCRP. So select CCRP as the submode and press spacebar to continue. Today we have two different types of unguided cluster bombs loaded, the CBU-87 and the CBU-97. You can cycle between the two by depressing the OSB next to the source code. Try it if you would like, but leave the CBU-87 selected for now. The CBU-87 is sometimes known as the Combined Effects Munition, referring to the type of bomblet that's dispensed over a wide area when the CBU functions.
CCRP だから結構安定させてないとエラー吐いてどうかしてくれないよ。
ああ、
Each
了
bomb
解で
includes a
す。
number of smaller warheads or skeets that are scattered by a small rocket motor. Each skeet then scans for a heat signature matching that of a tank's engine
綺麗
compartment
に
with
水
a
平
passive
に
IR sensor. When the correct signature is
落とさないと
detected,
ダ
a
メかな。
projectile fires, penetrating
操
the
縦
engine
して。
compartment and incapacitating the tank. Press spacebar to continue. We've used all the options on the right side of the MFD in earlier lessons except for a
なんかね、やっ
pair
ぱ
release. So
ハ
press
ッ
the
ドの
OSB next to
シ
the
ンボ
signal
ル
until pair is
を
displayed.
ちゃんとまだ理
We
解
have
してないか
CBU-87s
ら、
loaded
な
on
んかあれあ
bombs
れ
and
あれっ
wing
てなっちゃうんだよ
stations
ね。
3 and 7, so this will drop both weapons simultaneously. This is not a bad idea,
この
especially
四
for
角が
CBUs,
ターゲット
because
でし
the
ょ
probability of a
多
kill
分。
increases when more bomblets saturate the target area. One bomb on target could be appropriate, or an entire flight's worth of bombs on a target could be appropriate. It all depends on how sure of a kill you want to be. Set that up and press spacebar to continue. One
Go,
last
go,
piece of
go.
information unique to this type of CBU is displayed in the middle of the MFD. The BA, or burst altitude, is the height above ground the bomblets will be dispensed. This is sometimes referred to as the height of function. It's set using a dial on the Fuzzy 39 radar proximity fuse on the nose of the dispenser, and the height displayed on the MFD is set to match. We'll use the default setting of 1500 feet. Now, setting the fusing option to nose-tail uses this height, while setting it to nose bypasses the proximity fuse and dispenses the bomblets very shortly after release. The tail setting should never be used, as that will cause the dispenser to dud. Leave it at nose-tail and press spacebar to continue.
なんでにすると
Now,
もう
with the setup complete,
す
let's
ぐ
look at
分
the
解
HUD
するんだ。
symbology. The three key features for this mode are the flight path marker, steering line, and solution queue. We've seen the flight path marker in many lessons already. It's the aircraft-shaped symbol that shows the direction we're traveling. The steering line runs vertically from the top to the bottom of the HUD. It shows the azimuth we need to fly to line up correctly on the target. The key will be to keep the flight path marker lined up with this line as we approach. The solution queue is the small horizontal line at the top of the steering line.
これ
This
か
will begin to fall down the steering line about 10 seconds prior to release. The bombs will be released when the solution queue reaches the flight path marker, as long as the weapon's release button on your stick is held.
ああ、オッケーオッケー、
Press
理解。
spacebar to continue.
多分理解した。これが降りてくるってことでしょ。で、ここまで降りてきたら爆発、
One with red
放火
smoke, although it will probably be out of sight at release. After all, that's the point of this delivery mode. You should see the target designator box, a small square with a dot in the middle, in your HUD at that location. This replaced the steer point symbol when we entered CCRP submode, and is the point on the ground the bombing solution is computed for. You could, if you wanted, move the location using the cursor enable control on your throttle, but leave it at the steer point for now. We'll look at other ways to update the location. We'll lessons on targeting pod
Oh,
and
本当だ。
radar. Press the spacebar when you're ready to unpause and make the attack. I'll talk you through it as
そうい
we
う
go.
動き方するんだ、これ。
Okay, fly towards the target and keep the flight path marker aligned with the steering line. At the bottom right of the HUD, you'll see the slant range to the target in nautical miles and a countdown to release. We have plenty of time. You don't have to make a long approach like this. You can come in from any angle as long as the flight path marker is aligned with the steering line at release. We're coming up on the release. Depress and hold the weapon's release button when the solution queue starts to move down the steering line. The bombs will release when it intersects the flight path marker.
ね、落とせたよね、これね。落とせてない。ボコンって言ったから落ちたかなと思ったけど。落ちた。
Okay, weapons away. You should see the flight path marker flashing to tell you the bombs have dropped.
うんうんうん。
Release
あ、
the
オッケーオ
weapons
ッケー。
release button. Use the F6 key to follow the bombs through their dispensing and impact if you wish. If you happen to be at low altitude on the bombs, with no safe escape maneuver through road fragmentation. Up this high though, take whatever action the threat situation dictates. Press spacebar when you're ready to wrap up.
おお。
Okay, we still have 2 CBU-97s loaded for use against armored targets, and we have some armor set up at steer point 2. Use the rocker switch on the ICP to select steer point 2. Then, depress the OSB adjacent to the stores code to select the CBU-97s. Use the same procedures as before to select CCRP submode and set the other options to your liking. Feel free to make the attack on your own. You may wish to experiment with different ways to approach the target or different attitudes at release. And when you're done, press escape to end the lesson.
ちょっとやっと挙動が分かった。このモードのウェイポイント2、ウェイポイント2。あれか。OK。
CCRP できれば JDAM も LGB も使える。
JDAM ってレーザーのやつ？レーザー誘導のなんか爆弾だよね。あ、落ちる。落ちた？投下できたのかね？あ、落ちた。F6。JDAM ってなんか JTAC とかがレーザーをピーってするのかな。地上部隊がレーザーピーってする感じ？何これやば。怖っ。怖っ。
GPS が JDAM レーザーが LGB レーザーついた JDAM が LCDAM。
あ、GPS 誘導なんだね。LGB。ああ、はい。レーザーガイデッドボムで LGB なのかな。なんかちょっと鳥肌立っちゃって今の見て。やっぱなんかね、パワーを感じたね、力を。空対空戦闘ばっかやってたからさ、あんまりなんかね、地上に及ぼせる影響っていうのを強く認識してなかったけど、今のやばいな。そっか、じゃあこのモードで落とせるんだね。CCRP でそういう誘導爆弾とかも落とすんだ。OK。あ、ここに JDAM エンプロイメントってあるね。よし、じゃあマーヴェリック。これは多分対地ミサイルだよね。なんかね、SU25T で、とかSU25 で、対地攻撃やった感想は、忙しすぎてね、ミサイルを、なんていうのかな、ミサイルをロックオンするのがまずすごい難しかった。
Welcome to the F-14C AGM-65 training. You begin at 7,500 feet in the south, 25 nautical miles west of your home airfield, Katusha Air Base. Autopilot is in out, hold, and steering select. First
オートパイロットの説明まだ受けてないけどな。多分。
Unless otherwise indicated, most highlighted button presses and spacebar presses will immediately forward the lesson to the next step.
はい。
On your first time through the training, it is recommended that you fully listen to each set of instructions before taking to set up your F-16 for air-to-ground combat. Set master arm to on, set the laser to arm, and press the on the left multifunction display MFD. Then press OSB 19 to bring up the TGP.
ターゲットポット
The F-16
Oh.
is now set for air-to-ground combat. The next task is to configure the weapon system to employ AGM-65s. The first target is a span of a railroad bridge over the Inquiry River. This is a large, sturdy target, requiring the heavy 300-pound warhead found in the AGM-65G and K. Since this is a large target, we must aim at a specific part of it. To do this, we will use force correlate mode, which allows the missile to create a picture of the seeker view, then home in on one specific area of that picture. The electro-optical seeker of the AGM-65H and AGM-65K are capable of forced correlate mode. This combination of requirements, a large warhead and forced correlate mode, means the AGM-65K loaded on Station 3 is the weapon of choice. Press the spacebar when ready to continue.
はい。はいはいはい。これ画像誘導ってことでいいのかな。テレビガイドミサイルみたいなやつ。あ、えちょっと待って。やべ。次に進むと思わなかった。Pre-planned attack. The location of target has been set as 2.1 pre by pressing right MFD. OK。今、ボアになってるから、あれビジュアル、これでいいのか。ちょっと待って。This final step is bring up weapon display. Weapon display. なんでここを押すの？
Then select the WEP display by pressing OSB 18. Still on the right MFD. To put the AGM-65K into force correlate, cycle through WB, BW to area by pressing OSB
投下するだけならチュートリアルで教えてくれるけど、投下設定とかモードやパターンとかの搭載時の準備とかはほとんど教えてくれない。
ああ、じゃああれか、そこ YouTube とかでね、まあガイドラインとかで。
In AGM-65 pre-mode, the TGP is used to set the aim.
だから本当に基礎中の基礎をざらっと教えてくれる感じか。あ、エリアになってるね。
And designate the target. Make TGP the soy. Slew the TGP aiming marks over the center of the bridge span marked with a smoke marker. Note, when attacking a steel girder bridge, such as this, aim at the edge of the deck or floor of the bridge. Do not aim at the girders. Press spacebar when ready to
着数ガイドを読んでから公式マニュアルを読むと分かってくる。F16 ならファルコン BMS 用のが流用できる。
あー、オッケーオッケー。そうそう、BMS にもなんかね、マニュアルいっぱいついてた。メイク TGP ストーリー。センター小さすぎてわからんな。あれあ、これじゃない。どれだこれかこれだ。おお。うわ、これ飛びながらやるのか。大変すぎないか、これ。ああ、
Once you begin flying towards the target, a number of things are going to happen quickly. We will cover them now. The aircraft is right wing heavy. Add left wing down, roll trim to keep level. When the target is in range on the DLZ, designate it. Make the WEP display soy, then designate the target. The Maverick crosshairs should close, indicating force correlate tracking is locked. Close Maverick crosshairs, shoot the AGM-65K. Retrim to compensate for the Maverick's lost weight. To maintain situational awareness, you may want to keep the TGP tracking the target. When you are ready to
だから
perform
座標入力で作ったスターポイントとの連動とか TGP との連動とか補助がいっぱいあるけど教えてくれない。
そうなんだ。大事じゃんね。あ、そうだよね。さすがに。これではな。あれ。もう元の歌詞見失っちゃってグイーンってなっちゃって。これかな。何真っ暗になった画面が。あれロックできてないじゃん。TMS フォワードショート。え待って待って待って。TMS ってどこのボタンだっけあれTMS。ああ。あ、こっちじゃない。これか。こうだ。あ、これでロックできたんだ。 ちょっと待って。なんてDMS？ ディスプレイマネージメントスイッチ。これか。
選択できてない時の TMS 上は地表固定モード遷移。再度 TMS 上でロックできたらプルップルする。
ああ、なんか点滅したりするってこと？今じゃ固定モードになってるだけなんだ。おー、ちょっと待って待って待って。何これ何これ。あれもう見失っちゃった。ちょっとやり直そう。うーん。
Welcome to the F-14C.
ちなみに、と、ロック。まあまあまあ、ちょっと順を追ってやりましょう。
You begin to set up your F-16 for air-to-ground combat. Set master arm to on. On the left, multifunction. Then press OSB 19. The F-16 is now set for air-to-ground combat. The next task is to configure the weapon system to employ AGM-65s. The first target is a span of a railroad bridge over the Inquiry River. This is a large, sturdy target, requiring the heavy 300-pound warhead found in the AGM-65G on the right MFD. Ensure the final step is to bring up the weapon display. On the right MFD, then select the WEP display, still on the right MFD. In AGM-65 pre-mode, the TGP is used to set the aim point and designate the target. Make TGP the soy.
スティック左が TMS ロックしたりキャンセルしたりセンターにリセットしたり、スティック右が DMS 化で左右の MFD フォーカス切り替えて上でハドにフォーカスがいっちゃう。
Aim at the edge of the deck or floor of the bridge. Do not aim at the
右
vertical.
が、
Press spacebar when ready to continue.
ああ、はいはいはいはい。ありがとうございます。なるほどなるほど。これ F15 と一緒だ。じゃあ、どの画面を操作するかってことね。
Once you begin flying towards the target, a number of things are going to happen quickly. We will cover them now. The aircraft is right wing heavy. Add left wing down, roll trim to keep level. When the target is in range on the DLZ, designate it. Make the WEP display soy, then designate the target. The Maverick crosshairs should close, indicating force correlate tracking is locked. Close Maverick crosshairs, shoot the AGM-65K. Retrim to compensate for the Maverick's lost weight. To maintain situational awareness, you may want to keep the TGP track.
あれフォワードショート。あ、こうなの？
Rifle.
これ明らかに外してない？上から行く感じこれ。見てるディスプレイ違ったな。
Welcome to the F-16C. To set up your F-16 for air-to-ground combat, set master on the left, then press OSB 19. The F-16 is now set for air. On the right MFD, ensure the final step is to bring up the weapon display. Then select the weapon display. Still on the right MFD. In AGM-65 pre-mode, the TGP is used to set the aim point and designate the target. Make TGP the soy. Slew the TGP aiming marks over the center of the bridge span marked with a smoke marker. Note, when attacking a steel girder bridge, such as this, aim at the edge of the deck or floor of the bridge. Do not aim at the girders. Press spacebar when ready to continue. Once you begin flying towards the target, a number of things are going to Altitude. Rifle.
何これ？なんかオートパイロット入ってる？ これ狙いがダメってことかな。
Altitude. Altitude.
Hmm. ミサイルが飛んでる時にも変えれるのかな、コース。
To set up your F-16 for air-to-ground combat. Set. On the left, then press OSB. The F-16 is now set for air. On the right, MFD. The final step is to bring up the weapon. Then select the WEP display, still on the right MFD. To put the AGM-60 in AGM-65 pre-mode, the TGP is used to set the aim point and designate the target. Make TGP the soy. Slew the TGP aiming marks over the center of the bridge span mark with a smoke marker. Note, when attacking a steel girder bridge, such as this, aim at the edge of the deck or floor of the bridge. Do not aim at the girders. Press spacebar when ready to continue. Once you begin flying towards the target, a number of things are going to happen quickly. We will cover them now. The aircraft is right wing heavy. Add left wing down, roll trim to keep level. When the target is in range on the DLZ, designate it. Make the WEP display soy, then designate the target. The Maverick crosshairs should close, indicating force correlate tracking is locked. Close Maverick crosshairs, shoot the AGM-65K. Retrim to compensate for the Maverick's lost weight. To maintain situational awareness, you may want to keep the TGP tracking the target. When you are ready to perform these procedures, press the spacebar to begin the training. Rifle.
Altitude. Altitude.
外した。むずっ。
Altitude. Altitude.
やっぱ対地ミサイル難しいな。ちょっと想像してたけど。
To set up your F-16 for air-to-ground combat, set on the left multifunction, then press OSB-19. The
やっぱ
F-16
なんか
is now set for
補
air-to-ground
助モー
combat.
ドって言ってたけど、多分それ使うんだろうね。
The weapon
み
system
んな。
to employ AGM-65s. The first target is a span of a railroad bridge over the Inquiry River. This is a large sturdy. On the right MFD, ensure one. The final step is to bring up the weapon display. On the right MFD, select the open spot by double pressing OSB 12. Then select the WEP display by pressing OSB still on the right MFD. In AGM-65 pre-mode, the TGP is used to set the aim point and designate the target. Make TGP the soy, slew the. Once you begin. Rifle.
当たるこれ。
Altitude. Altitude.
当たるわけないよな。
Welcome to the F-16C AGM. To set up your F-16 on the left, then press OSB-9. The F-16 is now on the right MFD. The final step is to bring up the weapon. Then select the WEP display still on the right MFD. In AGM-65 pre, once you begin flying towards the
このまま左のやつでロックできてなかったのかな、これまで。よっしゃ。これで当たるんだったら多分そういうことだ。まあ当たるっていうか、完全にダメージがいけば。誘導はされてたんだよね、さっきのやり方で。外してるな。外れてんな。外れてんな。
Welcome to the F-16C. To set up your F-16 for air-to-ground combat, set master arm to on. On the left, multifunction. Then press OSB 9. The F-16 is now set for air. On the right, MF, the final step is to bring up the weapon display. Then select the still on the right in AGM-65 pre-mode. The TGP is used to set the aim point and designate the target. Make TGP the soy. Slew the TGP aiming marks over the center of the bridge span marked with a smoke marker. Note, when attacking a steel girder bridge, such as this, aim at the edge of the deck or floor of the bridge. Do not aim at the girders. Press spacebar when ready to continue. Once you begin flying towards the target, a number of things are going to happen quickly. We will cover them now. The aircraft is right-wing heavy.
何も見えん。
Rifle.
あ、ダメだ。
Altitude. Altitude.
近寄りすぎたな。最小射程だ。せめてもうちょっとこの戦士が低かったらな。これこれ。OK。
Welcome to the to set up your F-16 for air-to-ground combat. Set on the left, multifunction. Then press. The F-16 is now on the right. MF. The final step is to bring up the weapon display. Then select the weapon. Still on the in AGM-65 pre-mode. Once you begin flying towards the
なんでこれ見えなくなるの？頼む頼む頼む。当たるかな。
Rifle.
Altitude. Altitude.
ダメ？
Altitude. Altitude.
ダメなのかこれでは。結構直撃してるように見えるけどな。
Pull up.
何がいけないんだ。あ、うん。
Altitude. Altitude.
ん なんかすごい不安定だな。
Altitude.
おお。
Altitude. Pull up. Altitude. Altitude.
ちょっと検索するか。
Altitude. 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 Pull up. Pull up.
よくわかんない。ちょっと調べてみよう。AGM。エイムポイント、ここ。もう一回やってみるか。
Welcome to the F-16C. To set up your F-16 for air-to-ground combat, set master on the left, multi-function, then press. The F-16 is now on the right MFD. The final step is to bring up the weapon. Just then select the weapon, just still on the right MFD. To put the AGM-65K into
なんなんだろう、この画面が真っ暗になるや
cycle
つ。
through WB in AGM-65 pre-mode, the TGP is used to set the aim point and designate the target. Make TGP the soy, slew the TGP aiming marks over the center of the bridge span mark with a
음,
smoke marker. Once you begin flying towards the target, a number of things are going to happen quickly. We will cover them now. The aircraft is right-wing heavy, and
トリムは別にやっといておくれよ。先に。おー。
rifle.
なになになになになんでこの挙動がおかしくなるんだろう。外した外した。
Welcome to F-16C AG. To set up on the left multifunction then press, the F-16 is now on the right MFD. The final step is to bring up the weapon display. Then select the weapon still on the right MFD. Put the AGM-65K in AGM-65 pre-mode, the TGP. Once you begin flying towards the target,
なんで暗くなるの。
rifle.
当たっておくれ。頼む。難しすぎるよこれ。もっとなんか画像拡大できないと。ああ、オッケーオッケー。やっとだ。鬼難しいやんこれ。
Your next target is a SA-13. Next, on the right MFD, change the active weapon to AGM-65D.
ちょっと待って、説明読んでない。SA-13 Defending Capability AV 2.2 is positioned just about where the SAM vehicle is located. Use UFC looker switch up to set 3.2. And the right MFD change the active weapon to AGM-65D by first pressing OSV 14 for the SMS display.
By first press and then change the active weapon to the SMS display. Set the TGP as soy. Then, on the left MFD, select automatic handoff by pressing OSB 2. Man will change to auto. You're about ready to turn towards steer point 2.
何これ対レーダーミサイル
Expeditious turn, switch autopilot to AP off until you're headed in the general direction of the target.
違うな。
Then turn
赤外線
AP
画像
alt
C か。
back on to keep the aircraft steady while you concentrate on targeting. The targeting and attack steps are as follows. Using the TGP, find the SA-13 tower. Note, since you're using an AGM-65D imaging infrared seeker, it is best to use a TGP IR mode, either black hot or white hot. This will show similar contrast as the Maverick seeker. Remember, contrast is king when locking Maverick seekers. Continue to refine the TGP aim as necessary. When the DLZ shows 7 nautical miles, designate the target.
オートパイロットの説明なんて受けたっけな。
Message that the handoff is taking place. If locked, Maverick crosshairs closed, a see above Station 3, shoot the AGM-65. If not locked, crosshairs not closed and an eye above 3, undesignate, adjust, redesignate. When you're ready to resume flying, press the space bar.
えーっとこれロックできてんの？何にも見えないけどな。
Altitude. Altitude. Pull up.
うわ
Altitude. Altitude.
ーちょっとラベル消そう、見にくいから。いや、これすごい重いんだな、このミサイル。 やばい、失速しそう。
Altitude. 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 Altitude.
なんか鳥を聞いてなくない？なんで？すごいなんか機体が不安定だな。シーカーどこ行った？いやー、これきついな。ほんときついな。
Altitude. Altitude. Pull up. Pull up. Altitude. 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 Altitude.
これロックできてんのかな？あれなんで発射できない？できた。
Altitude.
あれ
Altitude.
うーん。マジで忙しいな。オートパイロットを入れないと無理だ、これやるの。
Altitude. Altitude.
すごい機体不安定になるしな。マニュアル読もう。
Altitude. Altitude.
え
Altitude. Altitude.
?これもしかしてシーカーの倍率って一緒かな、肉眼と。
Altitude. Altitude.
いやー、本当によくわからんな、使い方が。だいたいシーカーがどこ見てんのかわかんないしな。これリセットとかできないの？ うーん。どうなったんじゃこれ。勾配って感じではないな。でも、いやー、ちょっと無理だ。スピーカーを、もう一回読むか。TMS フォワードショート。これで SA13 を探すってこと？
Altitude. Altitude.
どうなったんじゃこれ。おー、見てなかった見てなかった。
Altitude.
いやー、マジで無理だな。できる気がしないこれ。もうちょっと簡単にロックできるんだよね、多分ね。やり方がおかしいだけで。これ何ロックされてんだ？ウェイポイントにロックされてるのか。
Altitude. altitude, altitude.
なんかずっとトリムもうまくいかないしな。うわ難しい。えーっとTGPIR モード。オートパイロットを使ってないことも事態を複雑にしてるな。
Altitude, altitude.
なんかあるよ。あれ？カメラがどこ見てんのか全くわかんないや。いやー、なんかすごいイライラする、これ。どこ見てんのこれ。カメラ。
Rifle.
Altitude.
何も当たってないよね、今ね。ちょっとダメだ。資料よ、もう無理。わけがわからない。 もう2時か。わー。